Introductions by members. Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills. Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. In the main chamber, I called continue debate on the Committee of Supply for the Ministry of Finance. And in Committee Room A, I called continue debate on the Committee of Supply for the Ministry of Public Safety and Solicitor General.
Committee chairs.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I move that vote number 26 resolve that a sum not exceeding $338,869,000 be granted to His Majesty to defray the expenses of Ministry of Finance, Ministry Operations to the 31st of March, 2024.
Thank you, Minister.
Just to let the member know, I have with me my Deputy Minister, Heather Wood, and the CEO of the BC Assessment Authority, Jason Grant.
Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a few questions for BC Assessment to start the day off. Some have been referred by the housing minister over here, and others are just general as well. And recognizing the third party will likely be coming in around 45 minutes or so to start asking their questions for about an hour or so. But first off, BC assessment, in terms of this year's assessments, my understanding was that there was essentially a kind of a caveat that went out to the public after the assessments were released, because there wasn't, people weren't sure what was going to happen with the interest rates starting to move upwards fairly quickly. The assessments were done ahead of those interest rates changed, and people were warned that in fact, you know, what their house is assessed for, we might be in this strange situation where in fact it was worth less than what the assessed value was, but it would work out over the last next year or so. Can the minister confirm that that's an accurate portrayal of what happened with assessments this year? Now, the market may have, because it didn't cool as much as was anticipated, may have actually seen rates still be at or slightly higher than assessed value, but the initial response from BC Assessment warning the public seemed to be the assessed values might be seen to be a little bit inflated given how quickly the market was starting to shift around a little bit in those early days of interest rate hikes.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the assessments that are released in January every year are always based on the July 1st, the previous July 1st market value.
Member.
No, and I understand that, but at the time, there seemed to be a messaging by BC Assessment that people should not panic, that there was an awareness that they would likely be reflective of higher than potential market value of the house this year, unlike previous years where typically assessed values are lower than what a property might sell for on the market.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So advanced public information campaigns about what to expect in upcoming assessment releases, they're not new. They're done quite frequently over the years. They were done regardless of the market, whether it's going up or down. So the BC Assessment Authority always shares information with the release of the assessment roll, so the public understands what to expect, but it's common practice. It's about transparency.
Member.
Okay, I was just trying to establish that this year people were expecting or should be expecting that their assessments might have been higher than the market value, but I'll move on. In terms of multifamily and what would be deemed more rent specific, so it's owned by a landlord or a larger company, but it's multifamily, so it's for rental, so it's technically a business, but it's still residential, so it would be zoned residential, those types of zoning areas. BC Assessment now, they have one way where they start to try to formulate highest and best use and things of that nature, or around businesses in general, but when it comes to a rental property for housing, When an assessment is being made, does BC Assessment take in the rent profile of the building? Do they take in what is going on with rents in the rest of the neighborhood? How exactly does that apartment-style building that's rental for living wind up with its assessed value?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the BC Assessment Authority looks at it the same way the market looks at it, and the market determines the value of the building. So BC Assessment looks at the assessment and reports that value.
Member.
Thank you. Well, that's interesting. And no wonder BC Housing's under a forensic audit then, I guess, because they just bought a building in Kamloops for 2.5 times the assessed value, predicated on that's what the market value is. And so it's interesting that that was one of the questions that was sent here by the housing minister, was to check with BC Assessment how they would do their assessments. So it's remarkable. BC Housing seemed to find the only property in BC that was 2.5 times lower than assessed value when it comes to values. In terms of BC Assessment, though, and their work for this year, we have the Premier promising that all lots will be deemed to be fourplexes. There's a lot of concern in municipalities around what that might do in terms of upzoning, in terms of land values, in terms of what that would mean for people with existing properties. Has BC Assessment started to undertake work in this year's budget, in this year period, around the Premier's announcement that this will be what we'll be facing with fall legislation because of the timelines BC Assessment would be under for assessments? Obviously, they may have to be starting to do some work now in advance of potential legislation coming forward.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to, for the record, correct the member. The Premier did not say that people would have to change their single-family dwellings to fourplexes or threeplexes or duplex. What the Premier was suggesting is that legislation will be coming in the fall, and it will allow people, if they so choose, to go from a single-family home to a duplex, a triplex, a quad, fourplex, if they so choose to do that. And that would definitely help with housing issues in communities right across the province if people will choose to do that. And it's important to note that the legislation is not in place yet. It hasn't been tabled. So right now, BC Assessment doesn't have to do anything differently right now. They look at any factors in the market. So it remains to be seen if this will actually change the market. If it does change the market, then they'll make those adjustments as required. But it will be up to the market to reflect any changes, and that's how BC Assessment does their reflections when it comes to making assessments.
Member.
Thank you. When BC Assessment is assessing highest and best use of a residential property, if one is zoned for fourplex and one is zoned single family, does one generate a higher assessed value, all things being equal, based on highest and best use?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the market decides highest and best use. BC assessment doesn't decide that. And if the market recognizes the highest and best use, well, then BC assessment reflects that.
Member.
Well, if you currently have a lot, a 50 by 120 foot lot, which would be a standard lot in many parts of Kamloops, 6,000 square foot lot, and there's a fourplex on that, and right next door there's a 900 square foot bungalow that's single family in the exact same neighborhood, BC assessment would assess the fourplex based on its use at a higher assessed value than the bungalow right next door. Is that not practice across all of this province based on the fact there's 4 dwelling units on 6,000 square feet instead of 1 smaller dwelling unit on 6,000 square feet?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Learning all kinds of things. So just to get to the member's question, the example the member gave, it would be seen as an as-built if there was 4 units on a single piece of property. So each of those 4 individual units would have individual titles. So and that's how the market would view it, and that's how the BC assessment would view it, and that's common practice. Whereas the single house would be a single family house and would be assessed as a single-family dwelling.
Member.
Thank you. Well, the market wouldn't view it that way as 4 individual titles if it was a rental. If it was somebody that was just renting a fourplex, it's not 4 individual titles, it's 1 unit, it's 4 rental units, no different than an apartment building. But it's troubling the minister is saying that the market decides highest and best use, and that's what BC Housing or BC Assessment operates under. I find it hard to believe that the bowling alley in Burnaby that now is needing to be sold because they can't afford the taxes based on highest and best use, even though they'd like to continue operating as a bowling alley, They're being forced out because of BC Assessment's valuation of them for highest and best use. So how does BC Assessment, other than market forces, determine what is highest and best use? Is it not what is within zoning and within official community plans, within zoning maps of municipalities, that BC Housing then determines highest and best use for a property, as opposed to the market and or the owner of the property desperately wanting to pay more in property taxes, so begging BC Assessment to skyrocket their value based on highest and best use of housing that doesn't exist in the air above them, and other areas like that.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So again, BC assessment is required to assess properties based on market value, not on current use. And actually, the government recently provided tools to local governments. That was through the Property Assessment Strategy Review Act that was tabled last fall to help local governments address certain challenges for small business owners.
Member.
Yeah, and I understand all that, but we're going around in a bit of a circle. The bottom line is that very few municipalities have enacted that. Highest and best use is deemed by BC assessment based on zoning profiles, OCPs, and what is going on in terms of the development in and around those areas. And the problem is that there's a big concern out there that BC assessment, if there's a province-wide implementation where every lot, now the ministers, if I said must, that's not what I meant, but it would have the ability under the Premier's direction that he's given, that he's intending on implementing legislation that will give everyone the ability, the right, if they so choose, to make their single-family home lot into a fourplex. Now, that happening, yes, technically, if all properties get assessed highest and best use, would raise the assessed value of all lots. The problem is that the single-family homeowner who just wants to still live in their bungalow, their assessed value will be going up based on it turning into a fourplex, and their neighbor may be quite happy with that because they want to turn their house into a fourplex and tear down or whatever an old property. But the person next door doesn't want to. And they will be deemed under BC assessment rules of highest and best use because it is an automatic that they can, if they so choose, put a fourplex where a single home is. And so that is the concern public has out there. So what is BC assessment? The minister said, shockingly, that they are not doing any work yet on this. It's going to be a mad scramble if the legislation comes in the fall to try to meet the July deadline the following year for assessed values if there's not any work being done on it. How can people have any confidence that their assessed values won't go up based on what BC assessment typically does for highest and best use? And given that whether the person would like their home to be zoned for a fourplex or not, it will be under the Premier's plan.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome. Zoning changes may affect value if the market recognizes these changes. However, if everyone's value all goes up, the tax rate goes down because the taxing jurisdictions, they collect only what's required. So again, zoning changes, I mean, the BC assessment does what they do based on market.
West Vancouver, Sea to Sky.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, and thank you to my colleague for the opportunity to ask a question or two about BC assessment. In particular, this will be an issue that I've talked to the Minister about in the past with regard to our previous role around Crown land lease rates, and both residential and commercial lease rates. I think there was a mention earlier, I believe, that the BC assessment is obligated to look at leases as fee simple, and I think that everybody agrees on that, but they're also obligated to look at assessments of lease properties and take into consideration the conditions that are placed on those properties or the limitations that are on those properties. And it doesn't really look like that's actually happening. So we're seeing in places like the Paradise Valley and Squamish with recreational or actually residential lease properties that they're being valued pretty much the same as a fee simple ownership property. And that has as the minister knows, that has a direct result on their rent every year because it's the policy is a percentage of value. So I think it's a pretty blunt instrument that is being used here, and BC assessment is not necessarily considering the those mitigating or those conditions that limit the value. And so, has the minister would the minister consider amending that directive to BC assessment so that the assessed values more accurately reflect what is ultimately what impacts their rent on an annual basis, and it clearly does affect value, yet is not being considered.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank the member for the question. So BC assessment is following legislation in place for how leasehold properties are valued. And as the member well knows, there's a well-established appeal process that his constituents can follow if they don't agree with how their property has been valued.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, I think that's fair to say. They have been through this process many times, and they because of the constraints of the legislation that suggest that that these properties need to be assessed at the same value, whether it's, for example, if it has 3 years left on the lease or it has 25 years left on the lease, it's the same value as the same evaluation as it is with a neighboring property that's a fee simple piece of property that you can borrow against, and it's all considered the same. And so there needs to be a little more flexibility there, and beyond that, and so maybe it does take a change in legislation. Or some consideration anyway, because it's inequitable, it's unfair, and it creates real challenges for people, both at a commercial level as well as a residential level, because of the government policy around how rents are set, which is on a percentage of value. So we're seeing situations in the value-added wood sector where rents on Crown land are doubling. Because of assessed values on leased land. So this has real impacts on businesses as well as residences. So is there any intention of the minister to assess this problem and make some changes that are more reflective of reality and consider some of the issues like for example the term time left on a lease when it's being considered by BC assessment?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So BC Assessment operates a mass appraisal system that operates right across the entire province. So they need consistent rules across the province. So the member's issue is how lease rates are determined on Crown land. And that issue lies with the Ministry of Forests.
Recognizing the member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you. Just let the minister know we're going to turn the floor over to the third party for a few questions here, so they have a time commitment. And then we will be coming back to BC Assessment for just a couple of questions before we go on to other GCP questions.
Recognizing the leader of the third party.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just for the Minister and her staff's information, the topics I want to ask about are the output-based pricing system for carbon and some issues around small business employment, health tax, and I think that's probably all we're going to get through. So those are the two topics. I'm not sure if the Minister needs time to get other staff in the room or if that's sufficient.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if the member would like to ask her first question while we're bringing staff in, we'll relay it to them and get the answer quicker.
Member.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. And that's great because there's a bit of preamble with the first question just to kind of set the context and try to get some understanding. So Budget 2023, subsequently in Bill 10, government introduced output-based pricing system that replaces the existing taxation scheme for large polluters. The new system will exempt large emitters from paying the carbon tax up front and instead require them to pay a carbon price on emissions that exceed established performance standards. These standards, I think, will be unveiled through regulation, but have not yet been seen, so not sure what the standards are. Emissions will be evaluated at the end of the year based on required reporting and then must be verified by an accredited third party. Sounds like professional reliance to me, but anyways, that's another topic. The process has not yet been totally clarified, so looking forward to clarification on that. Companies can also invest in offset projects to compensate for their excess pollution. And of course, this raises questions because carbon offsets simply as clerical accounting mechanism really creates the conditions for emissions and pollution to rise. And I think we should all be really focused with a lot of intention and urgency on getting emissions down. And what Bill 10 does not establish, my understanding, is it doesn't establish emissions thresholds or a complete framework on verification and validation processes. And these details are quite crucial to assessing the merits of BC's new system, which I think we should be quite concerned with. And the language around the output-based pricing system portrays it as a means to protect industry competitiveness and prevent carbon leakage. But the very real concern that we have and that many others share is that heavy emitters will ultimately pay less under this system. And I think for the people of British Columbia, what they're paying in carbon pricing, carbon taxes, if they find out that the biggest polluters in the province actually get to pay less, I think there's a real fairness and justice issue in this. And on carbon credits, there was an investigation in The Guardian recently that found over 90% of offsets are phantom credits that don't actually reduce emissions. We know that the carbon credit system can be gamed. And I think with the state we're in with climate change, we don't want any openings for gaming these systems. Another study done by the University of Berkeley showed that top carbon offset registries have, quote, consistently allowed developers to claim more climate-saving benefits than justified. So the concern is if BC's new greenhouse gas pricing system for the largest polluters is going to be heavily reliant on carbon credits to lower emissions, I think it really puts in jeopardy the entire net zero plan and also BC's commitments to their emissions targets that have been laid out in law. So my first question is, will large emitters ultimately pay less under this new output-based pricing system compared to the current carbon taxation model?
Recognizing the member for Maple Ridge Mission.
Okay, I'd like to seek leave to make an introduction.
Is leave granted?
Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
Honourable Speaker. In the gallery right now we have one half of the grade 11 class from Thomas Haney in Maple Ridge with Todd Goodman. I had the pleasure of being with them outside. We had a picture and we were able to talk about the house. And just so that they know what's going on right now, we're in budget estimates, and the leader of the third party just asked a question to the Minister of Finance, and she's the leader of the third party, and so the opposition will ask questions to the minister, and that's how the process goes. So would the House please make the class of Thomas Haney feel very welcome.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the member for the question. So the goal is to get greenhouse gas emissions down, to get the heavy emitters to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. And what OBPS does is it gives the heavy emitters incentive to reduce their emissions. And I think that's all of our goals. I think it's about making sure that the heavy emitters reduce their emissions. They reduce their emissions, they pay less. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that's a good thing because they're reducing their emissions, and that's the goal. The goal is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So the OPBS system will ensure that if they have they'll pay more for producing more. And they're already working to get those emissions down, which is, we know that, we've heard that. Like they understand the system is coming into play. And so they're working at that, which is what everybody's goal is. And based on the modeling done and the framework, which that has been released to date, the analysts shows that heavy emitters would be paying at least as much under the OBPS as far as fees go as they would under the carbon tax, current carbon tax model. While they get up to speed with how they're going to bring their emissions down. But as I said, we know, I've had it from my colleagues, had it from industry, that they are looking, emitters are looking and saying, okay, we need to get our emissions down. They recognize it. I mean, you talk to some of the companies, they have just as great, they're looking at ESG qualities, and they recognize that as corporate companies, that's what needs to happen. And that's what we're looking at with this system.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I wholeheartedly agree with the minister. The goal is to get emissions down. The nice thing about the current carbon pricing system is it's really clear. It's really simple. It's a price per ton, and it applies to everybody equally. And so the incentive is built right into that system. The whole system is meant to be an incentive. The more you pollute, the more you pay. The less you pollute, the less you pay. It's clear, it's easy to understand, there isn't a complicated framework that goes with it, there isn't a difference between individuals and small businesses and medium-sized businesses, and big industry and heavy emitters. I think that the concern I have about this system is that it's not clear and simple, it's not a straightforward system that is easy for everybody to understand. And the concerns raised about it is, again, this ability to purchase carbon offsets, to kind of find ways to game the system. So that's the concern I have, and I don't really understand why we've departed from what was a straightforward carbon pricing system into this output-based pricing system. I'll ask just a clarification question on it. So would industry operators be allowed to trade carbon credits with other operators in order to ensure compliance with performance-based standards? So is in this system, in this framework that's being developed, can there be trading of carbon credits between different operators in the industry, and would there be a limit to the number of offsets that can be purchased? And I think importantly, how is there going to be assurance that the credits being purchased for offsets are reliable, given the investigations recently that 90% of these offset credits don't appear to be all that reliable. So that part of it, instead of taking the simple, you pollute this much, you pay that much, it's really clear, it's really, getting into the system, you can buy offsets and your emission standards and all these things. What's the assurance that those carbon offsets are reliable, and how much can there be of trading these offsets between operators within industry?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to clarify for the member, we really liked our carbon model as well, and we got an international award for it. However, there was a requirement to align with the federal government that didn't work with our Clean BC program for industry. So we needed to develop our own output-based pricing system, and our Made in BC output-based pricing system will ensure that we meet commitments for greenhouse gas emissions reductions of carbon leaks as well as I said, as well as the emissions. You know, our system will allow BC operators who are exceeding the standards to generate offsets, which they can then sell to other BC operators. I mean, I think it's fairly simple. It's not a complicated thing. It's if you create too many emissions, you either have to pay, or you can buy offsets, or you can pay. You know, you have to reduce that so you don't pay as much. If you have less emissions, you benefit from being able to pay to sell some of those what you've been able to save. So it's fairly simple. And the decision on offsets is one that we are currently considering, and the reliability of credits, it's monitored by the Ministry of Environment under their legislation.
Member.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the Minister's responses. I'm going to just switch, and I think it's probably going to be my last question because we had the time book. I see the official opposition just shrugged his shoulders, maybe second last question. I want to talk a little bit about the conditions for small businesses. That there are pressures on small businesses that are, we hear a lot in our offices. We hear a lot from constituents, from the people who are operating small businesses. And they're really hoping to see some relief to the growing burdens that they're facing as small businesses. So one example is the employment health tax has an exemption up to $500,000 before the tax is applicable on any employee remuneration. This tax is scaled with different percentages being applied between $500,000 and $1.5 million, and then anything over $1.5 million. The Ministry of Finance has indicated the exemption of $500,000 was originally put in place so that 85% of businesses in BC would not need to pay the tax. But with the increase in minimum wage and no proposed increase in the exemption amount, some small businesses are going to find themselves just going just over that line of $500,000, or choosing to reduce hours for their employees or lay off an employee to not go over that $500,000 line, which really puts them into a very different economic situation. Restaurants, we are hearing from, are especially impacted by this change, already vulnerable, recovering from the tumultuous last 3 years. So my question for the minister specifically, we've proposed that the threshold be raised to 1.5 million overall, that I think that would help small businesses and not discourage businesses from growing that little bit. So right now there is really an incentive to not grow, because if once your payroll goes over 500,000, or you go over that 500,000 threshold, you're in a new tax bracket. So in addition to considering raising the threshold generally, would there be a consideration to index the exemption limit to minimum wage? So if there is an increase to minimum wage of 6.9%, would we see a commensurate increase to the threshold of the same amount that the minimum wage has gone up, so that businesses wouldn't automatically find themselves having no increase in staff or even revenues, find themselves up into that threshold, above that threshold where they have to pay the EHD?
Recognizing the member for Maple Ridge Mission.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I seek leave to make an introduction.
Is leave granted?
Thank you very much. And with the indulgence of the House, I have a second introduction Of the Thomas Haney class of grade 11, it's Todd Goodman's class. Welcome to the People's House, and very nice being able to have a picture with you outside. You just heard a question from the leader of the third party. What's happening right now is the opposition is asking questions to the Minister of Finance in budget estimates, and that's what you're watching right now. Now it will go back to the leader of the opposition, official opposition, to ask more questions. Would the House please make our students welcome?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the government continues to monitor the impact of the EHT on businesses, and it's done every year at around budget time. And we look, the government looks at small businesses for their what they analyze the threshold parameters of the various taxes as part of the budget process. So that is done every year. And it is true that more than 85% of businesses in BC don't pay the tax at all, and fewer than 5% actually pay the full amount. So if a business, their amount goes up by a small amount, it would be a very small amount that would be increased by if you know, so it goes up by a very small amount, and again, only 5% actually pay the full amount.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to kind of restate the question, though, is there a consideration of indexing the threshold so that when there's an increase to minimum wage, there would also be a commensurate increase to the threshold for EHT?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to restate the answer, we look at a number of initiatives when it comes to small businesses and taxes, and we will do that during the budget process, and we do that, and it's always been done.
Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think my colleague from Sea to Sky is tied up some other areas, so we'll just move on to GCPE instead of going back to BC assessment. That works for the minister. I'm not sure, is there staff changeover, or do you want me to ask a question or just wait? GCPE. Yeah.
We will recess for 5 minutes. We'll call the committee back to order, recognizing the member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, GCPE and governments are supposed to operate under nonpartisan advertising standards, but that's been questionable over time immemorial, I guess. But really, in terms of the budget, it appears there's around 29 million this year in the budget for GCPE. Can the minister split out what the total amount is for discretionary advertising and what is the total amount for statutory advertising in this budget?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So discretionary advertising in GCPE is $3,537,000.
Member.
Okay, so I'll assume then there's no statutory advertising. Can the minister list if there's any individual ad campaigns that are receiving funding through Budget 2023, and what are the respective budgets for these ad campaigns that would be, I'm assuming, going through several months?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And just to, for the member's question prior to this one, for all of government, the statutory advertising is 1.576 million. And it's across government. That's not in the GCPE. It's in individual ministry budgets. I just wanted to make sure the member knew that. And for, I'm going to say Giuseppe. That's what we've been saying. It's GCPE, information campaigns that the member was asking about that are in progress and planned for this fiscal year. We've got the wildfire prevention campaign, the Clean BC, and boosted social media posts related to corporate priorities.
Member.
Thank you. So, and the minister actually touched on, it was a good segue there, touched on my next question in her answer, and that is, what is the split between local media ad buys, you know, the small newspapers, the small publications, the smaller radio stations, TV, more traditional style media, versus the social media of the international metas of the world and Twitter and those types of publications, or not, I guess they're not publications, but posting areas. What is the split of advertising dollars between more BC kind of based business versus those international social media conglomerates?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just threw you to the member. We're getting that information, but it's taking a little longer than we thought it would. So if the member would like to ask another question in the interim, just to keep things going.
Member.
Sure. On the social media side, does the government engage in data mining from the ads that they run and use that data to help inform and distribute future ads?
Minister.
Thank you. Learn something new every day. No, we don't engage in data mining.
Member.
Thank you. Just looping back to the 1.576 million that has been deemed non-statutory that was pulled out of other ministries. There's a 0.6 million of internal recovery within contingencies. Is that to help cover off the staffing that would be related to that advertising being done in other ministries.
Member for Courtney Comox.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, or Chair. I seek leave to make an introductions.
Is leave granted?
Aye.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I'd like the House to welcome the grade 10 and 11 class of Mrs. Tansky from the Phil and Jenny Gallardi Academy in Comox. There's 25 students here today, along with some chaperones, and Ms. Tansky, who comes every year with some students to appreciate how we work and how government works here, and give them a taste, and hope that they appreciate the splendor of this building and the good works that are accomplished here. So if the House would please welcome Ms. Tansky's class from the Phil Gallardi Academy.
So great.
Minister.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have everything. I've got all the answers. So the second question the member asked, the amount the member is referring to is actually internal recoveries related to TNO, like today's News Online, and it's not contingencies, that the specific amount the member referred to. And I have the breakdown of advertising. So newspapers, it's 13.9% of newspapers right across the province. Digital is 38.5%, but that also includes on social media, but it also includes ads for newspapers on like newspapers' website, like Black Press has a website right across the province, so it includes ads on those newspapers' websites as well. TV is 21.8%, radio is 15.2%, and I just learned something new, and out-of-home advertising, which means you're not in your home, so that means like billboards or bus shelters, is at 10.4% of the advertising.
Member.
Thank you. So the minister said the government doesn't engage in data mining when they do social media ads and posts like that. There was just a recent Premier's telephone town hall that was done. I believe it was in conjunction, the Minister of Finance might have been on that. I saw some that was billed as a budget update, some that not, so I'm not sure if the minister participated in some of those or not. But I'm assuming that campaign, that those phone town halls were coordinated by the GCP.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, I did participate in the town halls, and they were done as a way of sharing information about our budget and asking questions, because that was the goal, was to ask questions that people had an opportunity to submit. It was done by GDX and Citizen Services. It's supported by Giuseppe, but it was done by GDX. And just so the member knows, we are restricted from gathering, doing any data mining, from gathering any personal information on those calls. So of course we didn't. They were all done with the CRTC rules and that protect privacy and allow people to opt out if they choose. I mean, it was very much an opportunity for people to ask questions, either by voice or by online questions, and a great opportunity to have those questions answered. We had 30,000 people on one night's call and 28,000 on the other. So it was people from right across the province asking questions about our budget and the direction we were moving in. So it was a great opportunity for people to engage in that. We heard from people after the fact that they wish they'd pressed the button to actually engage and hadn't, but they listened and asked questions to me after the fact when I ran into them. So it was a great opportunity for us.
Member.
Well, thank you, and I understand the want from our government to want to reach out. I guess my next question, though, is that I received word from several constituents wondering how unsolicited text messages inviting them to these telephone town halls from people that would most obviously not have any interconnection with the government and or especially the NDP would suddenly be getting unsolicited to a cell phone, especially not a landline, invitations to things like this. So does GCP regularly engage that way, and how are they collating a distribution list when it's people's personal cell phones that are getting unsolicited text messages from a number? In the case of people in Kamloops, they were getting texted from a phone number out of Vernon. And so, you know, never texted these cell phones previously. It was the first time they'd ever had contact with this cell phone number or this number making the invite. And so they have concerns how government is processing and using the data they actually have on these people to try to then spin that into government communications product.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first of all, I want to make it clear people had the opportunity to opt out, but this was not meant to engage with just Democrats or BCU members or Conservatives or Green Party members. This was meant to engage with all British Columbians, an opportunity to answer their questions, because it was their questions. We weren't just saying we're going to talk about what we want to talk about. We were answering people's specific questions, and that was really important. And it was a good way to do that. And it doesn't. Again, we don't have the data as per se. The provider does. They do the random dialing. They use a phone book, but they also do random digital dialing. The provider did that, not us. We didn't. That information wasn't shared with us as a government, so people don't need to worry. We don't have access to their cell phones or their phones. A lot of them came from the phone book. We followed all of the CRTC rules. We have done this before. We did it with Minister Dix during COVID and the PHO, and it was very successful. And we thought this is another opportunity to answer people's questions. And it wasn't about us giving our spiel, it was about answering people's questions. And I know there was people from all walks of life and other, all political parties that engaged, because you could tell by the questions that were being asked. So I think it's really important that we give people that opportunity.
Member.
Well, thank you. Well, the minister can try to spin it and say it wasn't about the government doing their spiel, but last I checked, the official opposition wasn't asked to participate to provide our perspective to taxpayers in the province. The official third party wasn't invited to be a participant and a panelist, so to speak, and so it was very much the government, the Premier and the Finance Minister, trying to convey out to the public their take and their perspective on the budget. And yes, people were able to ask questions, but the answer, as we've witnessed through all estimates throughout this House, can be spun many different ways with very little opportunity to go back and forth. The crux of the question, though, was really concerns around how people are having their phone numbers accessed and databases that are being used. Obviously, this is a fairly sophisticated firm that was doing this under contract for the province. It obviously would have been very expensive given the sheer numbers on a couple of the calls that the minister referenced. Again, I didn't see the government offering up either participation of the official opposition or funding to the official opposition to try to fund a similar type of town hall outreach to provide a different perspective of views on the budget either. So very much, frankly, was fairly government self-promoting. To that end, how much did these telephone town halls cost the government and the taxpayers of British Columbia?
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Chair. And I just, to the members, what he's saying, I'll give them the exact numbers. It was, it cost each telephone town hall cost $37,975, and that's including tax. That puts it up a little bit. When you think that we reached, almost 60,000 people it's less than $1.50 a person, which is pretty cost effective. And I would equate it. It's actually no different than when the former Premier Christy Clark went on TV a number of times and did her promotion of the government. Opposition was never invited to give our viewpoint, or no other party was invited to give their viewpoint, and that did happen a number of times. So this is, like, government has an opportunity to, answer, and at least with our opportunity, we were answering questions. This was not a half-hour session of listening to what we were doing. It was actually us answering questions. And again, I knew they were questions from people of all political stripes and from right across the province, which was really great to see.
Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, and I'm sure there was even less political spin than that answer when it came to the answers on the telephone town halls. And it's always interesting when it's do as I say, not as I do. This government, when they were in opposition, seemed to have a lot of problems with advertising. I'll get into some of those other statements previously made of do as we say, but not now as we do. But that appears to be around a $76,000 contract. Was it sole sourced, or did it go out to open bid?
It was a standard competitive process.
Member.
Thank you. So to clarify, was that put on BC bid, or was it someone within GCPE that was reaching out to preferred vendors to ask about their availability?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So there's a limited number of vendors that do this kind of work. We reached out to 3 of them. 2 provided bids, and the prime contact secured the bid.
Member. Thank you. So we seem to have staffing component of GCPE to buy $3.5 million worth of ads in a year of $23.2 million. So it's costing, in wages and manpower, women power, $23.2 million to place $3.5 million worth of ads in a year. Now, GCP also has a budget of $29.3 million. So can the minister explain, is that $2.6 million being used for polling by the government?
Minister.
Two things I'd like to clarify. Thank you, Chair. I want to just clarify there are 5 people who work in the Giuseppe who deal with advertising. And last year, what I think the member's referring to is how much we spent on research, or no, this year, how much was budgeted to spend on research, and it's $432,000.
Member.
Thank you. So I'm confused. It appears a staffing complement of $23.2 million, but the minister's saying there's only 5 people that work on advertising. What do the rest of the people in Giuseppe do? In general terms, I don't need exact job titles, but then to make up the difference between 5 people and $23.2 million.
Minister.
There's a lot here. Thank you, Chair. But I'll see. I mean, they produce and coordinate digital content related to priority files of government and provide strategic directions on engaging audience using online communication channels. So that would include strategic digital content, video production, community management. They could do concept and design for government priorities and projects to maximize the effectiveness of materials, making sure we're communicating with our audience, support for accessibility concerns, responsible for graphic design for all public-facing government-branded materials, graphic design for all the ministry offices, maintains the BC government identity brand, marketing, advertising, campaign development, media buying, strategic communications planning, market research, brand development and management, copywriting, ensuring appropriate advertising budgets are in place, advancing across ministries, strategic communications, priority projects, coordinating communications expertise, corporate input on significant announcements that relate to the government's platform or individual ministry mandate letters. They provide editorial advice, editorial services, specialize in writing, message development, coordinated strategic communications for Executive Council and the Premier's Office, centralized planning, management, and execution of public events, oversight of centralized cross-ministry corporate calendar, coordination of BC government communications activities, media relations and management of media-based events, provincial, regional, and ethno-cultural media support, translation services, media monitoring, transcription, and distribution to internal and external clients. I mean, does that give the member the gist? I mean, there's a lot more. I could keep going, but there's a lot more than just advertising.
Member.
Thank you. And I wasn't trying to be flippant, but it was 20. I didn't even want the public to think 5 people were making $23.2 million. So thanks for that. And just imagine, I wouldn't even have this many questions if the NDP had followed through on their 2013 commitment, if we're going back down memory lane, as the minister did earlier, that the Auditor General would review every ad before it went out to ensure that it was nonpartisan in nature. But I get time marches on, and the NDP didn't want to live by that 2013 commitment once they formed office. But I noticed that that the polling number, the dollars spent on polling, has increased dramatically. It's more than doubled since 2021, actually. In 2021, it was about a $200,000 budget for polling, and now it's at $432,000. I'm wondering if the minister can clarify. On March 8th, there was an OIC 157, which appointed Paul Noble as Director of Research and Analytics, Government Communications and Public Engagement, Ministry of Finance, for a term ending October 7th, 2023. The salary is between $96,400 and $128,100 per year. I don't take issue with someone being paid, and I get these are professionals and everything else. The question really is that 96.4 to 128.1 range included in the 432,000, or is it over and above that?
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to answer a number of questions the member raised without realizing he was raising them, but just to clarify on ad standards, all of our ads, all Giuseppe ads are reviewed against the nonpartisan criteria established by the advertising standards of Canada, and they approve our ads to make sure that they're nonpartisan. And also the member referred to the research budget. The budget doesn't change, but in 2021 it was underspent significantly because of COVID. So that's why there's a difference there. And as far as the OIC, the member talked about, the the budget is, the salary for that person is separate from the research budget.
Member.
Well, there's a lot there in that answer. First off, the justification to go to $400,000 on polling back in 2020 was because of COVID. That was all pre-election polling. And in fact, the minister at the time said the information gets used in program development. That's how it's been used, and that's how I think it's always been used, making sure that we understand where people are so that we can be responsive government. Also said polling is done by government to understand how programs are being perceived by the public in regards to COVID. That was $400,000 during COVID. The next year, budgeted was $200,000 in 2021. Not spent, underspent, budgeted was $200,000 in 2021. Recognizing that the first wave of COVID information needed to diminish. And polling, more importantly, this isn't about advertising, this is about polling on public policy dollars. Well, the minister can call it research all she likes, it's polling. And in a time leading up to an election, it was $400,000 under the guise of COVID. Immediately after that, it dropped back down to $200,000. This year, it's jumped back up to $432,000 plus a new director being hired in the $100,000 range on top of that to oversee. Now, the minister talked about coordinated, how she phrased it, coordination efforts with the Premier's office as part of GCPE duties and responsibilities. So how much is that within the budget to coordinate, and how much of that ties in with polling and other information that's either going out from GCPE or being captured by GCPE through polling, which is research, back through the coordinated staff with the Premier's office?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that's a fairly detailed, specific number the member's asking for. It's going to take some time to find it, so we'll get that back to him, and we can move on to other questions just for time-wise.
Member.
Thank you. One other clarification too. I noticed the minister said advertising standards, but didn't say to ensure that they're nonpartisan in nature or that they're directing people to a government service, and that was something that was left out. The minister referenced nonpartisan, didn't reference the whole piece about directing people in an ad to a government service or how to access government support or help or a program, which was something that, again, the NDP railed on in opposition, that needed to be a part of every government ad directing. And I say that because there's billboards all over Victoria that say childcare is important, and childcare is affordable, and that's it. That's all it says. Doesn't say how to link or anything else. Doesn't say how to access childcare. Doesn't say how to get to a program or anything. And so there are some growing questions, especially as we get closer to election windows, on how this government chooses to spend the dollars of the taxpayer, especially, as I say, pre-2020 election, polling dollars went up to $400,000. We're in the window of an election year coming up within the next 16 months. It has to happen. Magically, polling is back up to $432,000. Now, this coordinated person with the Premier's office, We've tried through FOI, and we can't seem to get any answers. And I know this is going to seem somewhat frivolous, but we've heard varying numbers, and some are quite shocking. So I'm hoping the minister can provide some insight that the various machinations that GCPE would have gone through, I'm assuming, to coordinate with the Premier around his podiums, nicknamed the Explodiums, and their hydraulic systems and everything else that they go into it. We've heard some very large dollar figures attached to those. Can the minister confirm whether or not A, what those costs were, and B, if they were over a certain price point, were those sole sourced or were they open bid?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And Giuseppe did not purchase or design a podium for the Premier. The podium is provided as a component of a standard kit as part of a service agreement with a third party that Giuseppe holds a standing arrangement with, as they would with anybody who needs adjustments when it comes to podiums.
Member.
Okay. In terms of going back to the nonpartisan and ads and adhering to the standards, my understanding is that those standards only apply to any ad purchase that's over $250,000, and any ad buy that's under $250,000 is an internal review. Is that the case, or is everything an external review around whether or not it's a nonpartisan ad, regardless of the price of the advertising buy?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the nonpartisan ad standards include both internal and external reviews of government information advertising expenditures by ministries under STOB 67 information advertising. The standards were developed following a review of current practices and guidelines in other jurisdictions, as well as the recommendations for implementation of nonpartisan advertising standards by the Officer of the Auditor General, and 3 private members' bills that were introduced in 2013, 2016, and 2017. The BC government has engaged Advertising Standards Canada to conduct 2-stage independent third-party reviews against nonpartisan advertising criteria for advertising campaigns exceeding $250,000, and that includes the production and placement costs, at the draft creative stage, followed by a final review when creative materials are ready for publication or broadcast. Results from all independent third-party nonpartisan advertising reviews with a value over $250,000 are posted online. For information campaigns below $250,000, an internal review through a third-party contractor takes place to ensure the ads meet the nonpartisan criteria. And advertising of any value must meet all the nonpartisan advertising criteria before it can be released for publication or broadcast.
Member.
Thank you. Now looping back in with the polling, research that the government does this year with their 432,000 plus 100K for its new director of research. I guess the question would be, did we not have somebody in GCPE overseeing polling and research previous? Is this an additional hire, or is this an unfilled position that was sitting there desperate for someone to come in? Can we get a little more clarity as why there needed to be an OIC in particular for one individual hire within GCPE?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So just for the members' information, there is an OIC for every single person hired in Giuseppe, just for clarification. And this position was identified some time ago and has remained unfilled until recently.
Member.
Thank you. I'm just wondering then why it would be a position that has a fixed date in terms of October. It seems it's only a 6-month appointment from March to October, and then it doesn't continue on. It would seem continuity might be important in a position like that.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and this is a common practice.
Member.
Thank you. I'm wondering, we've had a long list of 2.715 billion of supplemental estimate items that recently were dealt with by this chamber. And I'm just wondering how much, if any, was spent on polling. Well, I'll call it research, just so the minister doesn't say that nothing, because it wasn't polling in her mind. Research was done in regards to any of the items on the supplemental estimates list.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. There's no research on any of these items specifically.
Member.
Thank you. Has there been research done, or is it budgeted to be done around decriminalization?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, there is no research planned on decriminalization.
Member.
Thank you. Just a couple more items on this area. How about anything done or contemplated to be done on the housing plan or the catch and release justice system?
Minister.
Mr. Chair, we're just getting some exact information for the member, but I have a question for the member. We have representatives from the Crowns here today that we were going to be doing the Crown estimates, so I'm wondering if we could get an understanding of which crowns that we will still need either before the end of the day or tomorrow, so we can give them a heads up, just out of courtesy heads up, if that's possible.
Member.
Sure, it'll likely be BCLC and the infrastructure benefits will be probably the two that would be most critical to deal with. What's that? No, I think we can move on from that. We only have a few hours tomorrow anyway, so we'll be tight for time. Apparently, that's what I've been told, so we'll see. I've been known to stretch it if I have to, though, just as the environment minister, so yeah. So while we're waiting for that answer, then maybe I can just loop back and clarify around the decrim. I'd asked about planned or done, and I heard the minister say nothing's been planned in terms of polling and / research towards decriminalization, but if she'd said it, I missed it. Could I just get clarification whether or not anything was actually done with polling and / research around decriminalization?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So I just want to clarify with the member, like part of the reason we do the research is so that we can, we can listen and learn and take action on priorities that matter to people. We have done, we will be doing periodic research on which asks general questions on public safety, crime, and housing. Again, asking the public what's important for them. And we did hold focus groups, and focus groups are part of research. So that's why it's all categorized as research, because it's a much broader topic. So focus groups are very much a part of research. And we asked what supports people wanted to see when it comes to mental health and addictions, with a focus on decriminalization.
Member.
Thank you. I'm wondering if again, done or is planned or is underway in terms of polling/research on the issue around the Surrey Police transition is being done as well.
Minister.
Welcome, Madam Chair. Thank you. Yes, we did research on the Surrey Police situation.
Member.
Thank you. So that's interesting. So we have a $150 million plan now for one form or another of policing in Surrey. Did that $150 million brought forward for Surrey by the Solicitor General, did that go through Treasury Board?
Minister.
Financial matters go through Treasury Board.
Member.
Thank you. So the minister is saying that it has already gone to Treasury Board and it's already been approved, the $150 million that the minister has committed to Surrey if they stay with the Surrey Police Service?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, again, all financial matters go through Treasury Board.
Member.
Well, Madam Chair, I guess I'm a little confused. So we have a highly charged, dragged out process around the Surrey Police Force, or RCMP. It's been 4.5 years now. The government has just acknowledged that they've been polling in advance of making a final announcement of a report that's been heavily redacted on what direction they're going to go in. with $150 million for one form of policing and $0 for another form of policing. So I guess we can all guess what the polling might have indicated to the government. Sorry, the research might have indicated to the government. But I'm a little surprised because my understanding is that in the Solicitor General estimates, the Solicitor General said the $150 million had not gone to Treasury Board yet. So could we get further confirmation from the Minister around this?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You can direct your question to the Solicitor General, but all financial matters go through Treasury Board.
Thank you. Then, can the Minister inform the House then on what date she approved as the head of Treasury Board the $150 million for the Surrey Police Force, and whether or not there's actually additional dollars over and above the $150 million, because the Solicitor General again has indicated that $150 million might not be the end number. They're open to negotiation and discussion with Surrey.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We don't disclose details of Treasury Board decisions.
Member.
So, I'm simply asking for a date that this was approved. I'm not asking for the details of the decision-making. We already know that government internal polling paid for through GCPE helped inform this decision by government, given that they were out polling on the Surrey Police transition. We have a document that's 80% redacted by the government that is supposed to provide us the basis of this government decision. The Solicitor General, now maybe it's because he's still a rookie in this place, has indicated that it went to Treasury Board, and I would assume, the only member of the government from the 90s, being the Solicitor General that was in Cabinet then and is in Cabinet again, understands how Treasury Board works and that process works, has indicated that this had not gone to Treasury Board. We have the Finance Minister saying it had. I think the residents of Surrey and the Council of Surrey, at a minimum, if not all the taxpayers in British Columbia, deserve a little bit more clarity on something as important as a 5-year commitment of $30 million a year that may or may not have gone to Treasury Board, that would likely have to be funded through this minister's contingencies that she ultimately has responsibility for in this budget. And we're simply asking for what a date that this went through Treasury Board. Is the minister trying to say that even the date of a Treasury Board decision is confidential?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I can't speak to what was or wasn't said in other estimates, and again, the member needs to refer his questions to the Solicitor General. We don't disclose agendas of Treasury Board.
Member.
Well, again, I'm not asking for an agenda, and the minister can point to former ministers, and I've been advised they would give up something as simple as a date of a decision, and in fact, there's a few former finance ministers kicking around these chambers these days, and I've been around this questioning line on Treasury Board decisions over and over again with ministers, finance and other ministers over the years, my few short years I've been here, and ultimately, after we do this back and forth for about an hour, the minister says, well, actually, I can give up a date. A date isn't actually, again, betraying anything to do with minutes, anything to do with what the discussion was. I'm not asking if any of the members from Surrey that might have been on Treasury Board that are MLAs were in the room for the vote and the discussion and what they had to say about that or not. I get that the minister might not want to convey that. I'm simply asking for the date the decision was made. This is a report that the government has been sitting on for months that Surrey's been waiting for. And we're well into this year's budget fiscal year already. This is money that obviously isn't identified in the regular budget. It would have to come out of contingencies. And so, again, what was the actual date that the final sign-off on Treasury Board happened for the funds within the Surrey policing plan that was presented by the Solicitor General? Again, no discussion points. Not how many meetings you had to come to a conclusion or decision, just the date.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, we don't disclose agendas from Treasury Board.
Well, I guess we can see why this has been voted the most secretive government in Canada. It is not a confidential piece of information. Dates get released by government all the time if they choose to, if decisions had actually truly been made, both in cabinet decisions as well as it relates to Treasury Board decisions. The fact that we're dealing with a document that the Solicitor General told us, why don't you go read it during question period when it's been redacted by 80%, shows how much this government doesn't want the full story to be out there. And it breeds actual uncertainty and it breeds skepticism in the public, and it'll probably undo a lot of the polling that might have been done ahead of time for the government when they want to keep playing this game of we can't tell you something as simple as a date. So I guess I'll ask the minister this question. The law was changed, the legislation was changed, enabling the minister, the head of Treasury Board, to make unilateral decisions without a full Treasury Board meeting taking place. Was the decision based on a Treasury Board meeting or the minister herself just signing off on the payment within the Surrey Policing Transition Plan?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and no, the decision did not go under the delegation framework that the member refers to.
Member.
Thank you, and sorry, just with the crowns, I totally had forgot. My colleague had a couple pension-related questions for BCFSA, and I was hoping to sneak those in by end of day today. So it just tweaked in my head when he walked in. So I do apologize for that. I wasn't trying to be. And if they have left, if they're able to come back tomorrow, if they don't have to travel out of town, then we can always fit it in tomorrow. So we'll see where we get to that. But we can wrap that part up by end of day if need be. So in terms of the funds that were approved by Treasury Board for the Surrey policing and that report, again, I recognize the minister won't get into the weeds on what the Solicitor General's decision-making was or wasn't in terms of which police agency to go with and which would receive money or not receive money. That would have formed part basis of the Treasury Board approval, one would assume, though. But we've also heard from the Solicitor General that is not a defined number yet at this point, the 150 million. It could be for a longer period of time, it could be bigger dollars in the same time frame, it could be bigger dollars in a shorter time frame. That is all still being worked out. So it seems a little odd that Treasury Board would have felt that they had enough information to go ahead and make an approval and start talking publicly about it, given that when I just questioned the health minister the other day about a cancer center in Kamloops, he couldn't give me an answer as to even an order of magnitude of dollars because nothing's gone even remotely near Treasury Board yet. Yet here we have a preliminary number, by the sounds of it, from the Solicitor General floated out there. And again, this is quite serious because it's not just the Solicitor General, he's also the Deputy Premier, and we're dealing with the Finance Minister. I mean, these are the highest levels of ministers of the Crown. The Attorney General would probably be the other of the trifecta of ministerial oversight. So it's troubling when we're hearing these slightly different versions. Again, it's troubling for us, but there's, close to 1 million people in Surrey wondering what the heck's actually going on moving forward on a police transition that has taken 4.5 years to get, and now not even a definitive answer out of the province as to what is going to happen. Can the minister confirm, first off, that these funds would have to be coming out of contingencies and new programs, and secondly, if $150 million was the approval number for Treasury Board, or was it a higher number?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, in general, new allocations or things not budgeted for after the budget is tabled can be funded out of contingencies.
Member.
Thank you. Well, that's why I'm trying to get a date on the Treasury Board decision on this, because we're trying to determine whether it's part of the existing budget or if it's part of the contingencies in terms of that. So again, it sounded like the minister explain what contingencies are used for, but specifically the 150 million for the Surrey transition, the recommendation by the Solicitor General for that. Is that coming out of contingencies, or is that contained within the existing budget?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I said in general, and again, I'm not disclosing information coming from Treasury Board.
Member.
Well, I'm not asking for information from Treasury Board, respectfully. I'm asking whether or not the $150 million referenced by the Solicitor General for the Surrey Police transition is in contingencies, or if it's contained in the general budget.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was not contained in the general budget.
Member.
Thank you. So if it's not contained in the Solicitor General's 584 million policing budget that's within this budget document, can I get confirmation then that it's contained within contingencies, or is the minister saying it's not actually identified in contingencies yet either?
Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair. So in general, that's what contingencies are for.
Member.
Again, this government wonders why people have skepticism on this whole plan and program for the Surrey Police Service versus RCMP, and why the Mayor and Council and residents are getting frustrated by this government. We have a redacted report that's 80% redacted. No clarity on that. We have the Solicitor General, when asked whether it's been through Treasury Board, says, and I'm quoting, I'll make a couple of points. First off, I do not, and no minister ever will, talk about the deliberations that take place at Treasury Board. So he wouldn't acknowledge or not acknowledge whether the money's actually been approved, and I appreciate that. That's why I asked staff to send me up the Hansard to read it in the record to make sure it was getting proper and accurate. No, I haven't actually. He hasn't verified that it's there either if you read through the rest of it. And this minister, who's actually in charge of the Treasury, will not acknowledge whether or not the money is in contingencies, saying, generally speaking, money that will be spent that's not contained in the general budget comes out of contingencies, is giving the answer of a definition of what a contingency fund is. It is not confirming for the residents of Surrey that the government has earmarked $150 million, potentially more, according to the Solicitor General, out of contingencies. It's a pretty straightforward question. These are budget estimates to try to figure out where the money is in this budget for government commitments. The government has very publicly committed $150 million to the City of Surrey if they do X. The simple question to the minister is that $150 million been assigned, 30 million of which would be this fiscal, I'm assuming, since it's a 5-year commitment, out of contingencies?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the member said, and we will get answered, all along has been saying the minister referred, excuse me, to an exact amount. And now the member just quoted what he said in Hansard, and the minister did not refer to an exact amount. In fact, the minister said what I have been saying all along, that we will not have a discussion about what is discussed at Treasury Board in this chamber. So if the member would like to continue asking questions about the Surrey Police, he really needs to refer those questions to the Solicitor General, who is the one that is taking the lead on that file.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as I said, I was paraphrasing what my understanding of what was said in the other House was, which is why I asked staff to get me the exact wording. Now, the minister did not confirm it had been through Treasury Board either, to be clear to the minister. So he didn't confirm that it had been to Treasury Board either. And the people of Surrey would like confirmation that the money they've been promised is actually there. And the minister can say, refer me to the Solicitor General. However, the relevant vote subject to debate, contingencies and new programs, is directly under the control of the Minister of Finance. There is no $150 million for the Surrey Police transition that the Solicitor General has promised without the okay by the Finance Minister. She is in charge of the spending of contingencies. The Minister has already confirmed that it is not part of the Solicitor General's existing police budget in this year's budget. I'm simply asking if the $150 million has been approved and is being funded out of contingencies. And if it's not being funded out of contingencies, can the Minister show us where the money is coming from? This is a commitment of spending that this government has made very publicly to a city with almost 1 million people in it. I think they deserve an answer, a clear answer, of where exactly in this budget the money for this transition lies. One would assume it's in contingencies, but the minister seems to not even want to acknowledge it's in there, which makes one think it actually hasn't been approved at Treasury Board yet.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I think I have confirmed this, but all financial matters go to Treasury Board for discussion. New allocations or things not budgeted for after the budget generally can be funded out of contingencies.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Generally can be funded out of contingencies, but there's other areas that things can be funded if the government chooses in terms of internal transfers, especially as it relates to capital funding. I'm simply asking, again, not for a dance-around answer. One would think it would be a pretty simple answer for the government. There's contingency funds. People expect those to be funding things, as the minister keeps saying, what a definition of a contingency fund is. She's established that the money's not in this year's annual police budget for the Solicitor General. A commitment's been made for spending to Surrey if they choose to go down a certain course. So I think it's important for them in their decision-making to know that the money is truly there and committed by this government. I don't understand why it's so hard for the minister to just acknowledge that it's coming out of contingencies. I'm not asking about Treasury Board. Everything in this budget, as the minister has pointed out, has gone through Treasury Board, yet we don't hear, well, I can't talk about that commitment government made because it went through Treasury Board. We're asking where in this budget would lie the commitment, the funding, the dollars that were committed by this government to Surrey if they choose to go with the Surrey Police Service, where in this budget that lies. And I'm asking for confirmation that it's in contingencies, and I have yet to actually have that confirmation.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So all financial matters that go to Treasury Board to be approved. That's what I've been saying since I started answering the members' questions. The member surmising, putting words into my mouth that I have not said. I've said all financial matters go to Treasury Board to be approved. Also, new or not tabled, any initiatives that are new or not tabled with the budget, these types of new initiatives would be funded under contingencies.
Member.
Thank you. Well, the confusion for Surrey, and this is the government's making of confusion, frankly. You have the Solicitor General that says, I do not, no minister ever will, talk about deliberations that take place at Treasury Board. Fair enough. This minister acknowledged on my first question that it actually had been approved at Treasury Board, but wouldn't give any other information. My first question was, has it gone to Treasury Board? The problem is, and this is why I'm trying to find the 150 million and get a very clear answer, is the Solicitor General also said, what's also important is that we're not going to go into the City of Surrey and say, oh, here it is, take it or leave it. We want to work with them on what they've identified as their numbers. My ministry will sit down with the City of Surrey, go through the report and the new information that they need in terms of their decision-making process. We've made it clear we want to work with them on those costs so there's not a burden on the city, on the Surrey residential or the Surrey business taxpayer. But that sounds like dollars are still being discussed and there's no finite dollar figure yet, and there's other similar quotes to the questions in his estimates. So again, I guess I'm trying to get a very clear answer on this one specific spending commitment by the government. Has $150 million for the Surrey Police Service been approved to be spent out of contingencies? Now, this is no different than me asking a question of $432,000 being spent out of the GCPE budget for polling. That would have been approved by Treasury Board technically as well as part of the overall GCPE budget. And if it was going to be funded out of Treasury Board, and I asked, or out of contingencies, and I said, is $432,000 coming out of contingencies? That probably wouldn't be a hard question for the minister to answer either directly. That is the context of asking this question. Has $150 million in contingencies been committed to the Surrey Police Service transition? Be it $30 million this year and $30 million every year after that? $150 million just this year and it sits in an account and gets drawn down? What is the sum coming out of contingencies for the Surrey Police Service?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So just to clarify with the member, this is very different than the member asking me about a Giuseppe item that is obviously in the budget. What the member is asking me is not in the budget, is nowhere to be found in this budget. And so it's very much out of scope. The Giuseppe number is in the budget. It's there. Everything that the member was asking about in Giuseppe is specifically in the budget that I could relate to, I could talk to. It's in the budget. So just as sharing with the member why that is very, very different from what he is asking now. Again, contingencies are used for items new or not in the budget. And the Solicitor General and I are very much on the same page. We both are agreeing with each other that we do not disclose details of what happens at Treasury Board.
Member.
Thank you. Again, I'm not asking for details at Treasury Board. And this isn't any different. This is the spending estimates, the budget estimates on spending for the provincial government. Contingencies have a few billion dollars in them that are not defined. Is the minister now saying that throughout the whole fiscal year, no questions can be asked about contingency funds that this government has in their budget?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm saying I'm not going to disclose information discussed at Treasury Board.
Member.
Well, every decision, as the minister has pointed out, for spending has to go through Treasury Board, which means every decision to spend any contingency money will have to go through Treasury Board. So again, based on the minister's answers, is the minister saying that the several billions of dollars that are in contingency funds contained in this budget that she has direct control over, she is not prepared throughout the course of this year to answer any questions on those decisions of spending or amounts because it came out of a contingency fund versus a line item in the budget?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to the member-specific question on can we not have a discussion on contingencies, I just want to clarify the role of the Minister of Finance is to set out fiscal and overall fiscal and policy direction in government, including contingencies vote. However, the specific programs and initiatives that are funded through the contingencies vote should be discussed with the individual ministers.
Member.
Thank you. Well, I'll just read vote 48, of which this minister is responsible for, and then I'm going to turn it over to my colleague to ask some BCFSA questions. But this vote 48, contingencies and new programs, is this vote provides for additional funding for items budgeted in other votes to accommodate the financial consequences of unanticipated and contingent events. Unanticipated events include developments during the year that could not reasonably be anticipated when the budget was prepared. Contingent events include developments that could be anticipated but not with enough certainty to make a reasonable estimate of budget costs, or where final costs are dependent on a pending decision by government or another party. This vote also provides for funding related to pandemic response and economic recovery, new initiatives under Clean BC Plan, ex gratia payments, and the funding of new programs initiated during the fiscal year. Costs may be recovered from the federal government or other parties external to the provincial government for activities funded by this vote. But that's under the control of the Minister of Finance, this vote 48, around contingencies. And so I was simply trying to get a very simple, clear statement from the Minister for the people of Surrey, who are going through a lot of uncertainty and turmoil right now, as to whether or not there was truly money identified and accounted for in this budget through contingencies or in the permanent budget. The minister seems unwilling to provide that certainty for Surrey, and that's fine, that's her choice. But that's simply all I was trying to do. But with that, Madam Chair, I'll turn it over to West Kelowna, my colleague from West Kelowna West, to deal with some BCFA questions.
Recognizing the member from Kelowna West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for allowing me to bring up some questions in terms of the regulator, the BC Financial Services Authority regulator. And I just want to confirm that they are the regulator for a pension called the Interior Lumberman's Pension Plan number 85224-2.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, in fact, the BCFSA is responsible for that pension plan.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through to the Minister. So I just want to ask the question in terms of the oversight provided by BCFSA over these pension plans, and just in terms of the overall breadth of what they aim to do as the regulator.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the Pension Benefit Standards Act protects the interests of members of BC's registered pension plans, and employers who participate in defined benefit plans, which this one is, are required to fund the benefits promised to their employees unless the employer is insolvent.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through to the Minister. So, Minister, recently I've been approached by quite a number of logging contractors that are both active and in retirement, and they've recently received notification from the Interior Lumbermen's Pension Plan that they may have some liability for unfunded liability. And I guess really the question, and I'll be specific, two of the companies, Jim Lind Logging and Lind West Holdings, were contracted under government contracts with Crown Zellerback, Fletcher Challenge, Riverside, Toco, and in 2004 were notified by the Ministry of Forests that they wanted to buy back those contracts. It wasn't initially how it was offered, but at the end they were bought out, and subsequently the government also paid severance to the employees as they wound up their operations in West Kelowna. The pension plan currently, just the numbers that I've been notionally told, currently has about 70 active logging contracting companies, 140 retirements. The Lind family is well established in the West Kelowna area, but they received this letter on November 4th of 2022 indicating that there was an unfunded liability, and partially because the reserve account had been allowed to drop down to a level of about 69%. These people sold to government, severance was paid, and operations ceased, the equipment was sold, and here we are some 19 years after the fact, and they're getting a letter indicating that they're potentially liable, or they're going to receive, they're going to receive some sort of invoice or determination sometime early this coming summer in terms of what their liability is. And you can imagine contractors that have sold and been out of business. There's a lot of things between, that period of time that could have happened. There's a number of things in this letter that talks about whether it's defined or direct benefit. But more importantly, as the regulator, it seems that something has happened where the oversight of the plan has not been monitored properly. So my question to you is how often they look at these, report to yourself as the ministry and minister.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the BCFSA, their responsibility is to administer the Act. And the Act is there to protect the members of the plan, of the pension plan receiving the pension. They also have the responsibility, they review the plans every 3 years. And they have ongoing discussions with the trustees of the various pension plans. Now, it's the trustees that have the fiduciary responsibility to their members, and their members are those people that are receiving the pension. So not the employers, the members receiving the pension. It's the trustees who have taken the steps to protect their members in this case.
Member.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Through to the Minister. Just, I guess, you know, I appreciate that that is the, you know, kind of hierarchy and the responsibility. However, I guess the question really is that in 1978, this plan was brought in to make certain that employees that were working for independent contractors had some benefits. It was targeted at the time, and of course the oversight was through BCFSA. And that is important. What I can't understand is that the letter, and I'll just read you a paragraph here from, it's not signed, it just is identified from the plan, but it says the plan continues to have a solvency deficiency in respect of the benefits earned under its before 2017, including the benefit earned by your organization's employees. The plan's trustees have implemented numerous measures to address this solvency deficiency. However, they have now determined that all employers who left the plan when it had a solvency deficiency must pay the portion of the plan's current solvency deficiency attributable to their employee benefits. If that portion is not paid, the benefits payable to that employer's employees must be reduced to the plan's solvency ratio, currently estimated at 69%. So besides the Lens that sold their business over 18 years ago and have been out of the business, and you can imagine this unforeseen liability, I guess my question really is, and actually I'll just mention another name because I met with a fellow by the name of Scott Horvatin and their family, multi-generational logging family. Father's passed away, mother living in the house, and now they feel that they're being threatened and they may lose some of their homes that they have just to pay this deficiency. I guess what I'm really asking is, what type of accountability is on BCFSA to ensure that these individual plans are meeting their solvency requirements and not coming up, you know, almost 2 decades later, asking for money from these people that are long since out of the business and may not or likely don't have the money. I could show you court cases that are ongoing right now with small contractors being sued by the insurance plan, and I just don't think that this is right. And it seems to me that BCFSA should have caught this a long time ago and raised the alarm bells. So if you could help me understand how you expect that these logging contractors that have worked in these communities for generations are expected to come up with this deficiency, probably because of the fact that the oversight by the trustee has been insufficient.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did you give me that paper? Was this it? Yes. Okay. I thank the member for raising this. I know it's a difficult situation, but trustees have that fiduciary duty to administer the plan in the best interest of the members in a manner that complies with the Act. But in doing so, sometimes the trustees have to make tough decisions to balance the plan's challenges with its long-term sustainability. So the Superintendent of Pensions and staff at BC Financial Service Authority, they've actually been working with this plan for a number of years, many years, to help address its funding challenges. Since 2016, several requests by the trustees for funding relief within the constraints of the Act have been granted. But in February of 2021, the superintendent's staff determined that continued funding relief wouldn't address the plan's long-term funding issues. So the superintendent asked the trustees to develop a strategy to address those issues. Because it's up to the trustees to address the insolvency issues. So again, BCFSA, they acted as they were required to do, to direct the trustees to deal with the solvency deficit, so members could receive their pensions as was expected. And again, just so the member realizes, this is a defined benefit plan. So the legal obligation to the members is to pay them the pension that they are expected under a defined benefit plan. So again, the BCFSA has done their due diligence in ensuring that, trying to ensure that the trustees deal with the insolvency of the pension plan. Oh, and I move that the committee rise, report progress, and ask leave to sit again.
Members, you've heard the question. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. Motion is carried. This committee is adjourned.
Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of Supply Section B reports progress on the estimates of the Ministry of Finance and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader? So ordered. Committee Chair.
Honorable Speaker, Committee of Supply Section 8 reports progress on the estimates of the Ministry of Public Safety and Solicitor General and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
At the next sitting.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
Do now adjourn.
Members, you heard the question. All those in favor indicate aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 1:30 p.m. tomorrow.